Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name's Daimien Kamiya and I'm the Omni King, and hello. Yeah, so... game's still loading a little bit. So, yesterday, I canceled my stream. It was gonna be Stardew. Not really missing much, because right now we're pretty much just on a money grind. That's really all it is. Money grind to build the deluxe barn so we can get pigs. And then just more money grind, and the rest is pretty much time gated or luck gated, like the rabbit's foot, for example. So yeah, I think that's really all that there is to. So I don't feel too bad about skipping it. But, so why did I skip the stream? I did mention it a little bit in the community post and on Twitter. By the way, if you see a community post on Twitter, it is literally verbatim what I say on, or a community post on my channel. It's verbatim what you see on Twitter. Like, if I make a community post, it's usually copy and paste. So don't think you're missing anything out. But I do generally post more on Twitter than on YouTube, just to keep in mind. Not a whole lot more, but I do. So what happened? Just generally, so, you know, I work retail, and we had not only our district manager visit, but our regional manager. So his boss was also visiting. And yeah, he was not happy with the state of the store, even though we were trying our hardest. And put me in a really foul mood. Now, my mood did kind of get a little bit better near the end of my shift, simply because, so basically, I took a shot in the dark and did something that I knew wasn't technically right, but it would have been better for sales. Right? And to me, it's like, that's the only thing my DM is constantly pushing is, gotta get sales, you gotta get sales, you gotta get more product out so we can get sales. Right? Like, I swear to God, sales is probably his most used word. So I did what made sense. I put out a product that would sell better versus a product that wouldn't sell better, that we had like less than half of compared to the product that would sell better. And he was going to make me, and while he agreed with my sales argument, he didn't agree with the placement. So he was actually going to make me literally switch it to where it's supposed to go with other product, which would have wasted like 2 days. No joke, like legitimately 2 days to switch that. Even by his own standards, it would have taken 2 days. So, at the end of the day, after he had already left and everything, we called him again, and we managed to convince him that the area it's going to is going to be... It's the seasonal area, right? So, the summer seasonal items are going to go away, and like, we're getting rid of them in a few weeks. And the items he wants me to move, the Halloween stuff, is going there when it's gone. So we just said, it's like, can you tolerate it where it is for just a couple more weeks? And then when summer's gone, we can just move it then. And he's like, you know what, fine, that's fair. So we got away with that. That calmed me down a bit, because because the thing is, he's getting on my back a lot for basically... not working fast enough or efficiently enough, even though I work my ass off. So the idea of literally him constantly criticizing me for that, and then basically wanting me to waste my time, is pretty much what was angering me. Outside of the fact that he seems to find fault with something I do every time he visits. And that's also incredibly frustrating, even though he's the one that says we need to always try to put a positive spin on things, and every time he comes in, it's like, you suck, you suck, you suck. Not necessarily that, but it's like, you're not doing this right, you're not doing that right, you're not doing this right, you know, and it weighs on you after a time. So, you know, with that that waste of time diverted, we managed to successfully that calmed me down a bit, but I still just wasn't really in any mood to stream, which is why I canceled the stream. And I do apologize for bringing up, I try not to bring up work related situations, and as you can tell, I tried to be as vague as possible in terms of what I'm talking about, so that way my job's not affected, nor me myself as an individual, nor any of the parties involved are generally, you know, it's not like my district manager or my regional manager. Like, I didn't even really talk with my regional manager anyways. I barely talked with him. But my district manager's like, he's admitted to me he doesn't understand. He's not a big techie guy, so I highly doubt he actually he would ever come to watch my streams. So, especially since that dude has a family, so better things to do than to waste your time watching me play Genshin. I doubt he'd even know what Genshin is. So, yeah, I don't like to... I wanted to explain the circumstances as to why, and just kind of get it a little bit off my chest. But I don't generally like venting about my stuff, because I have problems, everyone has problems, right? And it's like, I don't want to bring those problems to stream, but I did want to explain why I canceled the stream yesterday in a bit more detail. But with that said, Genshin has fully finished loading now, so we can actually go into the game. Now, I still got to do dailies too, so... And I do have food in front of me. I had delays that, so you may notice the stream was originally 8:30 and it changed to 9, and that is simply because I got delayed. So it took me about 40 minutes to get home from work, and I got delayed. I got delayed at work, and then I almost forgot my umbrella, so I had to go back for that. So probably, instead of leaving work at around 5:30 like I should have, I left work probably at about like 5:40, 45. And then it takes me 40 minutes to get home. And then I needed to do some shopping, so I went straight to the grocery store instead of going home. So I didn't actually get home until 7, which, like, factoring in showering and a few other things, it didn't give me a whole lot of time. An hour and a half didn't feel like a lot of time for me, so I pushed the stream back. Like, by the time I got out of the shower, it was 8:30. It was like 5 to 8:30, so... Yeah. Don't worry, we're dealing with the most riveting aspect of Genshin, though, the loading screen. Oh, that's right. I need to buy more of this. I'll do that quick. You guys won't see it on stream anyways, so... Because the, the whole thing takes place on, Epic Store, which you guys won't see because... because I don't like, I know a lot of people, like, when they stream games like Genshin and stuff, they use screen capture. I don't use screen capture, I use game capture. I know there's issues with game capture that people have, but I managed to, we'll check that out first before we get to... Oh, yeah, that event. I want to do that event. Like, obviously, I don't need Bennett because I have C6 Bennett, but you know, where's the dailies to the dailies are in Sumeru. So I feel like that. I hope that like I know the events are generally like very short per day, so hopefully it won't take too long. I just don't want to leave it delayed. I'm really appreciating though Genshin's ability to make all the free characters, free 4-stars from events, be characters I already own at C6. Like Farazan and Bennett. Oof. Thank you. I'm hoping for like all non-combat ones, but I know that's not how this works. Rain's really picked up. I can hear it thundering outside too. We're back here. The reason why I hope nothing takes too long is because I do need to get up early tomorrow. I'm not opening tomorrow, but I have a dentist appointment. I hate the bounce registration on these sometimes. This is a defense one, right? No, it's just a combat challenge. This should be a fast one.
Go.
Check this out.
Orders given. Orders received.
Bring it on.
Rise.
Die. Daily's done. Turn him in.
Ad Astra. Thank you for Ad Astra.
We're wondering why I'm like, so I'm sending Fischl instead of Fischl and Bennett, so I can keep sending someone down in Fontaine. The reason why I'm picking Fischl over Bennett is because Fischl's cuter. Let's just be real here. No, there's no other worry about it. Just Fischl's cuter. All the explanation you need in the world. Only reason why it's hard to say Fischl's the cutest in Mondstadt is because Barbara's also there.
This realm is truly beginning to thrive.
3 people at rank 9 in here.
If you ever have...
Alright, to Fontaine. Well, it can't be an uber important event because none of it's voiced. You know what that means, though? It means dialogue that I don't care about. That won't let me click through it faster. I'm going to tell you right now, if at any point the power goes out during the stream, even if it flickers, I'm not continuing the stream. Doesn't matter where I am. Doesn't matter if I'm mid-story. I will, once stream is done, or once I come back, I will end stream, and we'll pick it up wherever it leaves me off. I don't even know what they're talking about. I gave up reading of this from the start. I have, after playing Living Story Season 1, I have some pretty big reserves about the mechanical guards walking around. Oh my god. I'm playing Maple Story. Just go back and forth between two people in the same street. Fuck, who cares if they're standing literally right beside each other? Come on with the dialogue. Let me just do whatever pointless minigame you want me to do and we can get this thing over with. Alright, what do you want me to do? Challenge, adjust your attack to... I wasn't reading any of this. Let me, Well, never mind. During the challenge, control the toy adventure, follow the music beats and attack at the right moment to hit the toys, lining both sides of the track. Before challenge starts, adjust your attack delay to optimize your toy's performance. right. So we're going to start out with slow ride on easy and then eventually get to through the fire and the flames on hard, right? Slow ride. Take it easy. I've said it before, if it's not abundantly clear. It's not that I hate Genshin music. I'm just like kind of like apathetic to it. Like it's just like music in games is not something that's particularly ever interested me outside of a few instances. So, you know, so it's like, it's hard for me to say that, like, when they cram music events down my throat in this game, that, like, it's not that I don't care, or it's not that I, like, hate it, I just don't really care. Like, I just want the event, I just want to do the event so I can get the rewards. That's all I care about. I've said it many times before, my favorite part of Genshin is the team building and the gameplay. That is my 100%. Hey, Austin! Long time no see. That's 100% my favorite thing about this game. Is the team building and the gameplay. So when I have to do any, and the mini games can be fun, don't get me wrong, but like, no, I already did the first phase. I already did the first part of Fontaine. I have, I'm on the second part. I just finished the, Opera House. Like, last stream I did the Opera House story. So I gotta do the next part.
What you got? Fire it up! Here's back!
Quiet now. Things are about to get dicey.
Can't move in! Fracture! Don't get too close! I got you covered!
Busted. Here comes the catch. Faster.
Bring it on! Confess!
Goodbye. Oh, no, didn't do enough.
Quietly now.
Check this out!
Go.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do here, but like between dailies and events, like I'm just trying to get all that stuff wrapped up really quick. Like, I just want to get the events done because well, you know, because I feel like I don't like having to deal around time limits.
Gotcha. Fire it up.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Here's backup. Structure.
So wait, the part I'm on is a lot easier than the first one? So like, the story I just completed was the whole opera house situation. Super easy? Okay, that sounds good then. Don't tell me anything more though, because I do kind of want to experience it. But at least you put my mind at ease, because I do need to wake up early tomorrow. And I'd really rather not be playing this till 1 a.m.
Don't get too close.
Take it easy.
Opening box of Adeptitrix.
Cyclone. Structure.
Where's the third one? Not gonna lie though, I did enjoy Act 1. The mystery aspect of things was quite interesting, and I like the twist that they put on the end of it.
Quietly now.
Supporting fire. Check this out.
Here comes the catch.
And then once I'm caught up on Archon, I'm not coming back into the game until at least the next banner change so I can get Zhongli.
Bring it on.
Gotcha.
Makes me wonder if I'm doing this wrong. I'm wondering if maybe, because I like to try and stack my elemental reactions. Makes me wonder if I should stop stacking them on this guy, because it's hard for me to get them all out at once. And just kind of do like maybe this one and Thoma's at the same time, and then save Yellen's for later. Now Yellen's is up.
Bring it on.
Let me amuse myself a little.
Truth hurts.
Sucks to be you. I can't wait. I'm telling you, Austin, I cannot wait for the event reward where I can get C7 Bennett. Because, you know, I already have C6 Bennett, so I can't wait to, you know, eventually get a character that doesn't really benefit me all that much. Hey, Shadow, how you doing? I've just been informed that Act 2 of the Archon quest is super easy. That's good. Who am I trying to absorb again? Oh, right, I gotta chop these things. I had a rough day yesterday where I canceled stream because of it, but I'm feeling better today. Well, it was mostly just the state of mind work put me in. I talked about it earlier in the stream. I don't want to harp on it too much, so if you want to learn about what happened, you can check that part of the stream out when it's right at the beginning. It's part of the intro. You can check that out when the stream is done. I don't fully like, the reason being is I don't fully like bringing my work related issues into the stream. Like anything that happens at work, I try not to talk about or complain about. I only said it because I wanted to explain why I canceled the stream yesterday. So I don't want to harp on that. I also haven't checked out Hydro Traveler yet. Have you tried out Hydro Traveler yet, Shadow? And is it any good if you have? Have to do it more than once. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Hmm. That thing absolutely looks like it's going to attack. I get the smallest feeling that I'm supposed to go through this door. Oh. Guess that's what I'm supposed to do. Back into the water. Well, I should mention this heads up. When it comes to Guild Wars 1, or not Guild Wars 1, but Guild Wars 2. So I think I mentioned that I did have to go to the new map to unlock the weapon mastery. So I saw a little bit of the story, but I've not seen any more aspects of the story than that. But I have explored the maps because there's a mastery line that I really wanted. There's 3 masteries, 3 mastery tracks. 1 second. There are 3 mastery tracks in Guild Wars in the new expansion, and one of them can be used on different maps. And I'm going into Heart of Thorns, and it has a lot to do. It's called Flight Mastery. It has a lot to do with ley line and updrafts while using flying mounts, which I'm pretty much going to be doing. So, oh, did I walk past what I needed to? So, or I just turned around or something. Now, I did do the story on a different character. So I didn't spoil anything in terms of like the you know, Legend himself. The character I use on stream. So you also won't see the map uncovered either. The only one I'm worried about right now still is Bloodstone Fen, which is the first map we go to after Heart of Thorns. I may have to go on a different character to trigger the opening cutscene, because I may have accidentally already triggered it. Oh yeah, I just went through the wrong gate, pretty much. I love Fontaine because in all the other areas, I don't even know what I'm doing. Alright. Keep switching characters thinking that that makes me run faster. It does not.
Go.
Hurry up! Why do we have to have an unvoiced event that actually has its own story content? Alright, I need to. The quest is boring me to the point that I'm going silent and
Fire it up.
nearly falling asleep.
Oh, it's all coming out now.
Why is there rune garden here? It's all underwater.
Quietly now.
Check this out. Supporting fire.
Game's up. Time's over.
Rise.
Get moving. Fracture.
All right. I hope you're not gonna stop and talk to every single one, Paimon. All right. What else am I looking? Got trapped. Alright, sounds good, Shadow. I should be back into story once you're back. Sorry, my hands weren't on the keyboard.
Go.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Gotcha.
Yeah, set you up. Bring it on.
Here comes the catch.
Keep moving. Yeah.
Busted.
Fire it up. We got a situation. Truth hurts. Check this out.
Quietly now. Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Don't get too close. I got you covered.
Alright, something happened and something was playing on my laptop. Alright, killing this guy conventionally is not working.
Busted.
Life goes on. Orders given. Orders received.
Alright, welcome back, Shadow. Not back on story, as you can see.
No. Gotcha.
Wheel of life. I didn't feel that. Go.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Well, that's one way to do it. Yep. My exit. All right. Well, who knows if she actually is or not. Is this my freedom? We're an hour in and have not started story yet. Of course I need to teleport. What? Why can't they just make all these events teleports? Like, why do I have to constantly keep going to it? Yeah, but not all the time. Alright, where to the next stop? So evidently, that guy locking us inside that chamber basically just gave us a new minigame to play. I wasn't reading the dialogue because, as I've said many times, if they're not going to spend the time to voice it, I'm not going to care enough to read it. So I don't really know what his motive was or anything like that. All I know is he specifically said, "You fell into my trap." I caught that, which specifically tells me that, you know, like, oh, you know, what happened was intentional. Alright. There's a Sonic game like this, sort of, right? No, Superman 64, never mind. Except just, like, infinitely more fun. Alright. Alright, that is everything to do right now. I can actually now do the fucking story. Oh, wrong thing. What is this?
I came here several times with my father when I was little.
Oh,
Stopped
Navia.
coming here as often after growing up.
How are you beautiful?
To your taste. Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
So, Shadow, I don't know if you were here before, but Navia's gonna be my cutie pick.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here
I'm pulling on her, and she's on one of my teams. I don't care what she's capable of. I know she's Geo. That's it.
So good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life. Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time. And if it's not? Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table. Yeah. Sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case.
What are you talking about, Shadow? A Geo Claymore user? No. Have we had one of those before? Or does that not make up like half the Geo roster right now? Like, isn't it? It's one bow, one catalyst, 2 claymore, and 1 sword if you count Traveler. No, 2 sword if you count Traveler. And 2... That's 2 spear. Right? That's all the Geo, right? I'm not missing anyone. Let's look. I got the list here. So Mondstadt has Noel and Albedo, which are Great Sword and Sword. Obviously, you have Traveler, who can use Sword. Liyue has Ningguang, Yunjin, and Zhongli, who are Catalyst, Spear, and Spear. Inazuma has Goro and Ito, which are Bow and Greatsword. Sumeru has no Geo users yet, and Fontaine obviously has none, but she's coming.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll
You know,
have
heaven
another
forbid they
business.
don't rush on the Geo, right?
Paimon didn't mean to
We've not had a new Geo character in over a year, right? So far be it from us to, you know, we're in that mindset of, well, it's already been a year. What's a few more months, right?
Disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened. Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after. If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that.
I have no idea why she's not revealed for being the next banner.
Right?
Being on the next banner.
It was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never
Instead,
really move forward
they're
before.
putting characters on the next banner that haven't even appeared in story yet.
We were so close to hearing who was behind it. In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve. Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are. It's alright. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal. So, I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else.
Like, we went through the
future
entire
plans.
fucking Sumeru story arc without revealing a new Geo character. How did we go through an entire region without a Geo character? Like, I know they introduced Dendro, and they wanted to try and push Dendro a bit more, but they left out an entire element. Every other element got repped in this during Sumeru, except for Geo. Like, obviously Dendro got like half a dozen, right? You got 4 Dendros, or 5 Dendros in Sumeru, 1 in Inazuma, and 2 in Liyue. Which is fine. There were no Dendro characters in the game at all. Right? And then what? You got 2 Electro, 2 Hydro, 2 Cryo, 1 in Sumeru and 1 in Mondstadt. 2 Animo and 1 Pyro. Geo is literally the only element that did not get put in. And the thing is, I really don't think it would have been hard for them to fit a Geo character in, especially in the school. Because the thing is, to get the vision, your ideals and ambitions have to align with the various god that of which vision you get, right? So all you'd have to do is add in some random ass guy or girl that's maybe on the safety commission, you know, for the fucking, you know, whatchamacallit, the academia, right? They're very strict about the rules to ensure the safety of those at the academia, right? And there's your Geo, because that's what Geo is. Geo's about rules, contracts, you know, that kind of aspect of things, being very rigorous to the details. They come off as someone that's a bit, you know, to deal with, but it's because they care. Right? It's because, you know, they could even have a tragic backstory moment where the reason why they care is because there was an accident that could have easily been prevented that cost some people their lives. So going forward, they put all their effort into making sure that that kind of incident doesn't happen again. And, you know, and the idea of they would even rather be the enemy. They'd rather be seen as the enemy if it meant everyone else was safe. Right? Boom. There's your Sumeru Geo character that you didn't bother including for a year.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
The odd thing though is like,
Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas.
the thing is, it's really hard in some
One
ways.
way would be to infiltrate a performance.
Actually,
the opera
I
house,
can see
only to
Geo
abandon
being
her
more
at the
prevalent
climax and
in
ask to speak to her after the performance.
in
Lady
this
Farina would be eager to see the
arc,
ending and would agree in order
in
to
this
finish watching the
act.
play. Don't you think?
because of the nature of Geo.
You suggest something a little more
So,
practical?
Geo and Hydro are actually fairly close to each other when it comes to technicalities, in a way. Like, if that's the word to
Here's
use.
another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Right? Like, because
That might work, but that's not really the problem.
justice
The problem
and
is
contracts
we
are,
can't get ourselves
you know,
arrested.
very similar.
Ah,
Justice is just simply fighting for what you believe is the right thing, while contracts is generally about being equally fair. So, really, Hydro and Geo are only different based on the perspective of bias versus fairness. Right? That's literally the difference when it comes down to Geo versus Justice. Right? Because, like, when you look at all the Hydro characters, they're all people that really want to do good. Right? Barbara wants to heal people, you know, and let people enjoy her music. Mona wants to show people, you know, their futures so that, you know, they can perceive and know what to do about them. Shincho, you know, he likes the good adventure stories and stuff. I don't really know too much about him per se, but like he likes, you know, he's very good natured in his endeavors based off of the books he reads. Yellen You know, she may basically run pretty much the underworld of Liyue for, or like she's very much like an underworldy worker for Ningguang, but she does it for the protection and safety of Liyue. She's doing it for the right thing. You know, in Inazuma, you got Kokomi, who, and Ayato, who again are trying to, in a way, govern for the sake of the, you know, what is the best thing, in a way. You know, same with Candace. And Candace, you know, she's trying to protect their village, you know, while Nilou just wants people to enjoy her art, her dance, right? And when you look at Child, Tartaglia, despite him being battle crazy and you know, like a battle maniac and having a you know, a cold heart at times, he really is just a good guy, right? And he has a good heart, right? But he also understands that sometimes orders are orders in a way, right? Like, to me, it's rather interesting when you look at the disillusions they use, right? Where Child is Hydro, meaning he's really a good guy. He has his perception of right and wrong and generally leans more towards right. But his disillusion is Electro, which, if you interpret that, he wants that eternal fight. Like, that's, every time you meet him, like, that's really what he wants, is that eternal fight, right? While when you look at what's her face, I'm just trying to use her as an example. I did not click Kale. I 100% clicked Child. The girl that I forget her name. That that was killed. That's Ignora, right? Her element is cryo, or her element is pyro, and her disillusion is cryo. So pyro is passion, right? And like, if you look into her lore and history and stuff, she is very passionate about her work, right? Like, especially, you know, in everything, even though she technically doesn't have a vision. But cryo, you know, she did have a lover, right? She had someone she dearly loved, and she's very angry about his loss, right? Losing him, right? So having cryo as her disillusion is kind of a representation of that missing love that she wants to maintain, right? So it's like, I don't know if there's actually like an interpretation as to why they have those actual disillusions or not, but you know, like, that's just my perspective on it. Those are the only two harbingers we've seen use disillusions, so.
All right, no more joking around. Huh. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a
Why
try.
don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
The thing that really
Did you
interests
drink
me
my
about the
Fanta?
visions, though,
Was this your
is to get a vision means you have, like, because the thing is, it's like a vision represents something,
Sorry about that.
and people can change their minds. So the question to me is, it's like, you have to be so steadfast in your belief to get a vision so that it would not change. Like, imagine being a 16-year-old like Fischl, who gets the electrovision, a vision of eternity, because of her dedication to role playing, that she basically would live her entire, she she's so dedicated that she wants to live the rest of her life like that, which got her the electrovision. Like, at any point, if she was not dedicated enough, if it was just a phase of her life, she would not have gotten that vision. And I'm pretty sure she's 16, right? And considering they've also said in the lore that electrovisions haven't been granted recently, she's probably had it for like over a year or two, you know, especially with how skilled she is as an adventurer. Like, she's a senior member, so she's clearly experienced enough. So she probably even got the vision when she was 14 or 15 or something like that, maybe younger. Yeah, and her passion is so strong that she wants to continue cooking, right, for the rest of her life. It's like the very idea that anyone that got a vision is so latched onto an aspect of their life that it basically defines their very being is the only way to get a vision, right? So it's like if someone got a cryo vision, it truly means they are like that. While cryo's really not been confirmed, it's led to believe that cryo is like peace or love, one of the two. So it's like if you got a cryo vision under that particular aspect, which makes sense why like Ayaka has a cryo vision, because she's a very caring person, right? Right, like the visions themselves, but like, and that's why it's super impressive that Klee got one at such a young age. So like at the age of like 6 or 7, she gets a pyrovision. She's so dedicated and passionate to what she wants to do and what she enjoys that she got a pyrovision at that age. And like some of them, we don't even know how long they've had their visions for. Because like, we can't count Archons, obviously, because they are their elements that they are. And while technically Zhao has an Anemo vision, it was kind of revealed that he was an Anemo Yaksha. Like, he was a wind Yaksha kind of from the beginning. Right? So he very well could have just linked with that when he arrived in the world. When he came through the portal he was summoned through. So we won't count him. But just imagine someone like Guan Yu or Yai Miko. I'm trying to think of some other individuals specifically. Albedo is another good one. You know, all these characters that have lived for centuries and still have their vision, right? So characters like Miko and Miko's roughly 500 years old. I think just over 500. Though she was in a fox form for some amount of time, of course. Albedo's just under 500 years old because he was born after the Conria disaster. And who else did I say again? Guan Yu, who's been confirmed. I don't know how old Kirara is. But I do know Guan Yu's like 2,000 years old, or at least over 1,000. I don't know if she's older than Venti, but I do know she's not older than Zhongli. Does it kind of state what her age is? She signed a contract, a contract she signed 3,000 years ago with Rex Lapis. So she's at least 3,000 years old. That actually kind of make that theoretically would potentially make her older than Venti, right? So like, she understands love / peace, potentially, if that's the case for Cryo, so strongly that she's maintained that aspect for 3,000 years. Right? Like, that's insane to me. Yeah, I don't know how old Kirara is, though. Like, it says she's a vivacious young yokai, but young yokai doesn't necessarily mean too much, per se. Because yokai would obviously age at a different rate. It's the same as, like, we don't know how old Ito is, technically, either. Like, from, like, personality, he's more or less like a young adult. But he could very well be 100 years old, right? So it's like, we don't necessarily know some of their ages enough. Chi-Chi. Yeah, Chi-Chi's another good example. But I feel like Chi-Chi's a different type of exception. Because she's a zombie, I feel like her internal nature has almost been forced into peace, if that makes sense. Like, she just wants the quiet. She's very monotone. She does care. Like, I guess in some ways, though, she does push beyond that to care about others, to protect them. So I guess that's why she, I guess, got cryo. But, like, a lot of these people, like, can you just imagine for living for 3,000 years and not having changed your internal convictions? Right? Like, just the idea of a human, you know, getting their vision at, say, you know, 14 and then, you know, living up to the age of, like, 80, you know, still having that vision, you know, that, like, just living, like, 60 years like that is one thing. But just imagine living for thousands of years maintaining that conviction. That's incredible to me. I gotta talk to Twig about this.
Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fonta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
I've barely done any story. We've mostly just been talking.
Thanks for the treat, Navia.
And we don't know whether Alice has a vision or what vision it is. It could very well probably be passion, though, but like Clee. But Alice is over 500 years old. So again, that would be another individual that, you know, lived a long time under one particular conviction. You can always try floating a little lower.
Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
No, because you weren't programmed in the game to fly that low.
As for expenses this month, we're left with... Huh.
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
It seems it was pretty tough for her. That was a pricey meal, thanks to Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority. In any
Marry
case,
me.
I
That's
wish
my
you
request.
smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
In all honesty, though, I will say this. I am very much hoping that when she comes out, she is a DPS Geo. Out of all the Geos in the game, Ningguang is the only DPS Geo. I'm not even kidding. She's the only Geo in the game that focuses the attack stat. Right? Ningguang is attack. Goro, Albedo, Yunjin, and Noelle and Ito are all defense. And then Zhongli is HP. She is the only... So Ningguang... And the thing is, I like Ningguang. I actually like her character. I even believe she should be a 5-star, especially with the power she's used in cutscenes. I honestly think the only reason she's not a 5-star is just so they can make her more of a character of convenience for players to obtain. Because she's shown to be exceptionally powerful. Especially more powerful than several of the other 5-stars in Liyue. But, like, to be fair, like, I like Ningguang and everything, but she's a very slow and clunky attacker. And I find it hard, with that in mind, amongst other things, it's really hard to slot her on a team. The problem is I have a Geo core. That's Yunjin, Goro, Noelle, and Raiden. And it's not very good.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh?
And it wouldn't be good for her because Goro's power boosts defense, which is what strengthens Noelle and Ito. You know, I don't have Ito, but Ito's the same as Noelle, pretty much. Ito is a modified Noelle. And then Yunjin's power does, I think it does increase defense, but it can also increase just straight up main at normal and charge attack damage.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
So I don't know how to fit her on the team per se, but I would still really like her to be an attack offensive Geo.
There might be something nasty in the water.
I think the other thing they need to work on too is how to make Geo more viable. Like, I think like if that's the reason why Geo wasn't in Sumeru, I'm 100% on board. Because let's be real here, Shadow, Geo is the worst element in the game. Can we agree on that?
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Yeah. And no one gives a shit about Crystallize. Oh, I got a temporary shield. You just get Zhongli and you're fucking done. Because you don't need Crystallize, you have immortality. Then you don't have to worry about anything. So Crystallize is just basically garbage. They need to figure out, like, Geo is supposed to be the defensive element, and that's fine. But Crystallize has proved it's garbage, and if Geo wasn't already terrible in the first place, Dendro just made it look worse by comparison, because Dendro, especially Hyper Bloom Dendro, is fucking incredibly dangerous. I think in order of Dendro usage, it's Hyper Bloom, Burgeon, or the Explosion one, whatever, with Pyro on Bloom. Then it's Energize, and then it's Burning. I know Burning's the worst one, because not only is the DOT a bit slow, but it basically doesn't... It it basically gets used up when you use an element that hits with fire, which is everything. So it's like you can't even get the full DOT out because you hit with electro and then it overloads and it's gone. Burning would be way better if it became its own independent element and stayed while you kept fighting. The only downside is as normal pyro react can no longer trigger and water would extinguish. I think that would be better.
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril.
I'm really hoping they overhaul Geo.
Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me.
And the thing is, it would be one way to overhaul Geo?
But now,
A retaliation
I
system.
can no longer go back.
I don't think it would make it better,
Such parting.
but it would help. So basically, whatever crystallized shield you have, if an enemy hits you, they get affected by that element. So if you have like an electro crystallize, you do electro crystallize, pick up that shield. If an enemy hits you, they get hit with electro status. The only really good thing that Geo has going for it, and I'll agree to this too. The only good thing Geo has going for it is that it is a very neutral element. Geo is pretty much flat neutral against every element. Right? Like, while like even itself, like Geo is actually one of the best elements to use against Geo. Well, except for Geo slimes. They're obviously immune. But like if like a Fatui mage has his Geo shield up, Geo is one of your best benefits to knocking it out. It's Geo, Claymore, and Overload. Those are your best ways to take out Geo shields. Right? So Geo is great as a neutral element, but it doesn't have any other advantages. Because the thing is, especially as someone that runs a solid Hyper Bloom team, Geo is like, you can literally just smash your head against a wall with that. Especially since while enemies can resist Dendro, or they can resist Electro, or they can resist Hydro, they resist the element's damage. They never resist the status. So I can still trigger Bloom, and there is no immunity to Hyper Bloom or Burgeon, or whatever it's called. There is no immunity to those two elements. Even if someone is immune to Dendro or Electro, they are not immune to Hyper Bloom. And if someone is immune to Fire or Dendro, Pyro or Dendro, they are not immune to Burgeon. Right? So, and Hyper Bloom is just super strong. So it's like, it doesn't really matter, as I can just use that's why my Hyper Bloom team is my go-to team for tough fights. Because that's all it takes to I just literally have to skill with Nahida, skill with Shinobu, skill with Ayato, attack, and it's game over. That is literally it. And when I was running with Dendro Traveler, when Ayato's skill popped, I would use that, then use Traveler's skill, and then go on Shinobu, use her skill again, or their bursts, and then use Shinobu's skill again, or her burst if it's up, and then switch to Nahida and just basic combo, just to get more blooms up. Right? Now, obviously that's changing once I get Zhongli, because Zhongli's just going to help with the immortality of that team, but...
No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above
Or,
the surface.
here's another idea.
His eyes were filled with
What do you think of...
sorrow,
What do you think of
such longing.
if they reworked Crystallize to no longer be
Told him
defensive?
that I did not suffer.
Or to... I don't know.
I had
Because
no
what if Crystallize was treated more as a mine? So when you crystallized... They, you know, crystallized, those little shards were treated more like... You know, like the bloom nodes, right? Where after a period of time they detonate.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who
It'd have to be
drinks
modified
water
though,
for
so
the
it's not
first time,
identical to Bloom, but...
and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Sort of, maybe. Like, they could make it both. So, instead of making the Crystallize an auto get, you'd have to press E to pick it up for a shield, or attack it to basically disperse it. I think if they did something like that, it could work. And the disperse would be... The effect of the disperse would be dependent on what Crystallize it was. I feel like that's potentially their only way to overhaul Geo.
It's time for you to go.
Or at least the only way I can think of, I guess I should say.
Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not.
What happened?
Someone's out! Look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance!
And that upsets me. No one likes running defense.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but
So when does
keep an
Silver
eye out
become
for your
so
manner of speech.
Yada, when does Silver become playable? Because he's my new like favorite character. He's another one of my new
Sorry,
favorites.
I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes.
That's one thing I really
And do
want
not
them to
act
do
rashly.
with Genshin.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless,
I know it would be hard to
thank you for your
surprise
help
because
today,
of all the
Clement.
leaks that get through.
But if you get any ideas,
But I think it would be really
first.
cool is if they
Might
just kind of
appreciate
have some
being followed.
bland off NPC that's like
I
a
do not
side
think
character
those
to the
guys
main
will return
characters.
soon.
But
shall stop following
mid-story, boom, gets a vision. Next chapter, they basically got a makeover and they're playable.
Right.
Wouldn't that be
I
cool
suppose that's
for
the
like
best news
3
we have
acts
today.
for like an
Demoiselle,
for like two,
I believe
3
that
chapters of
Miss
an
Clorand
act?
was being
They just seem like a
sincere
side
with you.
character, and then
If we
all the
tried,
they get a
it
vision
would
and
lead to
boom,
a
they
revolution.
blast into the main fray.
I know, she's...
And it would also throw people for a loop because it would make people start wondering whether like they should start writing off the side characters. Because like I know we're joking here about Silver getting a vision, but like wouldn't it actually be cool if just out of the blue he gets a vision, a makeover, and he's playable? Like when you look at Navia or Claudia or whatever her name was, or any of those characters, like you know right off the bat, you don't even have to see a vision on her to know she's going to be playable, right? Like she looks too unique in the world to not be playable, right? But I think like having a pitch at a left field would be so cool, and it would absolutely throw the player base for a loop when they realize that this side character that's just kind of been there the whole time is going to be playable out of the blue. And on top of that, it's very... I think it's only happened a couple times, maybe 2 or 3 times, where we've actually watched someone get a vision in the game. I know it happened to Wanderer, right, where we watched him get the Animo vision. And at the end of the so the entire Aranara questline basically starts with trying to rescue this one girl that the Aranara are trying to help that's kind of imprisoned. And you end up helping, you end up freeing her in the end after going on this massive, like, almost completely unnecessary quest. But in doing so, she actually gets a Dendrovision. Even though it's only a world quest, she gets one, right? And I can't speak necessarily for all of them, but like very few situations have we actually seen someone get a vision. And the thing is, all they have to say too is it's like, you know, like the character gets the vision, uses it instantly to win the fight or win the battle. It's a curveball no one saw coming, so obviously the enemy has to retreat. And then in the next act, they show up with a remodel, and it's just like, oh yeah, well with my vision, I thought I should get a makeover, right? And like, and that explains literally everything. Like that's all they have to say is, I want, you know, with my vision, I thought I needed an overhaul on my wardrobe needed an overhaul, and it explains itself.
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorinde who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Was you're a fighter now? I have to thank Navia though.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Could have tasted strange as well.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's
Well,
when I
Paimon's
figured out
not
that
from
you might be
Fontaine,
in
right?
danger,
So
and hurried
the
here
water
as
wouldn't
quickly
have
as
any
I could.
effect on her.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this.
I want to understand how this whole primordial sea
You did foil
Fontaine
the
thing
they were probably
works.
pretty
Like,
proud of, and
what
almost got their name in
defines
the
being
process.
from Fontaine? Is it a lineage thing?
Did anything
Or like,
strange happen
what
when
if
you drank
someone
the
from
primordial sea water?
Mondstadt married someone from Liyue, they moved to Fontaine and had a kid? Would that kid die from the primordial seawater?
Oh, and this time Paimon heard
Or
it
would they
too.
not because their lineage isn't from Fontaine? Like, that's where I'm confused. Like, how does this how selective is this water in the process of who it dissolves?
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Oh Well, let's hear it, shall we?
Let me see one more. A person named Vakor was a witness when she dissolved.
That is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater.
If he's still alive, you should try searching for him.
Thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
All right, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really...
Yeah, but I'm just like wondering, it's like,
Still partners, right?
is a baby born in the region automatically affected by
Those people who targeted
the
us
primordial seawater just by being born in the region? Or does it have to be a lineage thing? Like, do you have to have family that is connected, like, genetically from, you know, like, that's where it's like, is it a genetic trait? Does the water affect someone on a genetic level? Or does it affect someone on a mystical level, is what I'm wondering. It's like, if it's just because they're born in Fontaine, then it's more of a mystical thing, you know. They're born in in the nation that is, you know, magically connected to the hydro element, so that's why it kills them. Or is it because it's a lineage thing dating all the way, like, far, far back to ancestors, and it's something to do with their blood or something that causes the primordial seawater to affect them. Like, I'm trying to understand the logistics of how this stuff works. We know it doesn't work on someone born in another region, but does that have to do, again, with genetics or with magic?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula.
She can look pleased as she wants. Like, look at that smile!
Talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go
We'll have
over,
to see if
and
they
hopefully we can
explain
deepen
it.
our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time.
Though, then again, I don't necessarily see Genshin going around killing children, so the only way we'll find out if it's like a grown adult. Killing a child in a game is a surefire way to change the ESRB rating in a heartbeat. Yeah, but we didn't see Chi-Chi die. That's just part of her backstory. I mean, like, actually killing a child on screen.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
Like, it's like why in Skyrim, all the kids in Skyrim are immortal. You can't kill them.
Very good.
You can kill pretty much every NPC in the game that isn't set to essential, but you cannot kill or even harm children. Even essential NPCs can still be harmed, they just can't be killed. But children in Skyrim cannot even react to being hurt. Because, like, you know, violence against children would, like, that game's already rated M. Violence against children would change the ESRB rating beyond that. Like, you don't understand the level in which they do not like children being harmed. And I don't know what the age range on that, though, is because technically in most cultures, being under 18... Being 18 is considered an adult. So being under 18 is being a child, right? Like, we have Fischl in the game, who is a 16-year-old. So where does that classify on the, you know, like, I know, like, yeah, she's getting hurt, but technically so is Klee, who is about, like, 7 or 8, right? So, yeah, Klee or Yao, like, they're actually kids, right? They're not dying, though, but, like, that's what I mean. It's like, but, like, they're actually kids. But what if you get along the lines of someone like Fischl or Bennett or, who are actually, like, not adults. They're just teenagers. I don't know who else in the, like, I don't know who else classifies as a teenager in this game. Let's see, who else would technically... I guess Mika's probably a teenager, right? I don't know about Kokomi. Kokomi looks like she could probably be low 20s. Ayaka definitely is a teenager. I think Ayaka and Yoimiya are probably about, like, they could be 17, but they could also be high teens. Is Seiyu, though? Like, that's the problem, is they've never revealed Seiyu's age, right? So we don't actually know if she's legitimately a kid that just has a short deficiency, or if she's actually like a short, like, teenager or something. They've never been honest on her age, so it's hard to really gauge that. Like, I know she's smart, but technically, like, so is Yao Yao, and Yao Yao is an actual kid, right? So, like, it's a really hard spot to gauge. Yeah, Zhang Lin's absolutely a teenager. She's absolutely a teenager. But you could maybe argue with Barbara. I don't know, though, like, because Barbara could be, like, 19 or something, but, like, we know Jean's past age of adult. We don't know the age difference between them, though. So, like, I would say she's probably, like, 19, 20, 21. Barbara's probably, like, 16 or 17.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Amber's obviously a teenager, too. Probably 16 or 17 as well. I'd like... You could argue maybe Noelle, but I feel like she's a bit older. Rosaria's also older, too, for sure. She's probably low 20s. Yunjin? And I feel like Yunjin, she's either 16 or 17 and just really mature, or she's actually an adult. Like, the Traveler, I'm pretty sure, is 16. Oh, yeah, Chongyun. Yeah, Chongyun's definitely too. And probably Xingqiu as well. Right? The Traveler, I'm pretty sure, canonically is 16. Or at least, they were 16 on their arrival. I don't know how that goes, because characters are legitimately having birthdays in this game, and sending you birthday gifts in this game. Like, we're 2 days away from Ningguang's 3rd birthday since the game came out. 3rd or 4th. Right, because it came out in 2020, right? So it would be her 3rd. I don't know when it came out, though, so it might only be her... No, yeah, it would be her 3rd. Right? Because last year was the second birthday she's in. So it's like, so what is Ningguang's actual age then? Because in the game, she's technically not really aging, right? And not to say people really age much over 3 years, but like, what are the canonic ages changing? Or are they eternally one age and just have birthdays? You know? Like, it's a weird... It's like in Simpsons, right? Where Bart's eternally, like, Bart is eternally 10 years old. But,
So, this is your
he's
big
eternally 10 years old, but it's quite evident that years have gone by.
Accommodations have been
And they even make jokes
Under
off of
present
it.
circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Yeah, like, I'm fine with the eternal one age thing, but then it just gets confusing when they... Like, the thing was, I wouldn't even mind if they had birthdays per se, but they weren't really birthdays, just like a day they would send you a letter. But in a lot of the letters, they specifically say birthday.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back.
Your father, he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No, I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever, and...
Like, I'll show you after I get
this is
control of my
something I hope
character.
they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial...
I bet you anything her father was on the same lead that we're on now, got caught. They couldn't kill him, but they managed to get him accused for the murder,
But rumor has it,
which would have either allowed them to kill him in prison,
to the
or
point where
he
could
died
be
in,
deemed
but he
as having
died in
lost
the honor duel instead.
He refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
There we go.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
I just confirmed I was right.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened.
Yeah.
Was my father coerced? Framed?
Because the thing is,
He did kill his friend.
they seem to be so included.
If only
He either would have
opened
died in the
and he
honor
was still
duel,
alive.
or sent to
The
prison,
fact that
and
my
they
mother
would have
died
killed him in
due to
prison.
complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are.
It's quite clear that they have people on the inside, right? Like, all over the place. Like, you don't know who to trust.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I am
also
curious
never
as to
believed
who's
Master
behind
Callus
this, though.
murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you,
Like,
Demoiselle.
I'm curious if it's a Fatui member behind all this, or if it's, because it always seems to come down to a harbinger. But I'm wondering if it's something else behind it, because we know there's a harbinger involved. We know, right? The one that runs the orphanage, you know, the one that Liney is a part of.
At least be a little suspicious when he was accused.
And from what we know of her, she's a fence sitter. She's a harbinger, but she really picks whatever side will give her the advantage. And that she seeks to end this prophecy of some sort.
But they also enjoy watching good people fall into
But
an abyss
killing
and
people
learn
with the
something
primordial
just as
sea doesn't
much.
really seem like something she would want to do. That would seem more like something the doctor would probably want to do as an experiment. But this group seems way more vicious,
He didn't deserve to have
right?
that
So I
happen.
feel like it's something
There
that's
is
not
one
Fatui related.
other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand
Because this would be a
has
rather
always
interesting
placed
twist
emphasis on the
compared to
honorable
all the
nature
other
of the duel.
seasons where,
If her opponent
you know, like
was killed,
in
she
Mondstadt,
would stop
it was the
after.
Abyss Order that was
She
the
knew
enemy
Master
in the
Callus
Archon sword.
beforehand and greatly respected
In
him, but
Liyue,
seeing
it
how
was
he
the
was
Fatui,
resolute in the arena,
in a way. In
there
the,
was only ever one choice she
but
could
like,
make.
in more of a
It's not that I
stealth
don't
ops
understand
kind of
her at
way.
all.
Because the Fatui wasn't really the
I
enemy
just can't
until
deal
Child
with this.
basically made it so.
Don't worry, Navia.
In Inazuma, once again, it was kind of the Fatui, but not really. Like, technically, the Archon herself was the enemy, and the Fatui were just kind of connected to it, right, with Scaramouche. In Sumeru, it was the sages, basically the academia, that was the enemy, and they were helping the Fatui. So I think it would be like in every instance, while the Fatui have been involved in some way or another in most cases, they were involved in different ways in how the main enemy of the act was. So I think it would be an interesting twist if the Fatui involvement in this actually is a good guy rather than a bad one.
Yes, that is our understanding as
Especially since we've already met 3 Fatui in this city. Liney, well, technically 4 if you count the other brother, but like Liney, his sister, the brother that we met in the cutscene briefly, and Child. And yeah, we bumped into Child. And technically speaking, all 4 people we've met, all 4 Fatui we've met so far in Fontaine are good guys. Are all nice people. Right? Regardless of being Fatuis. So we've, Freminate, yes. But they're all good people. Right? Like, despite Child having been our enemy at one point, they're all nice. Right? So we've almost set up this stipulation that the Fatui are going to be the good guys in this story. Or at least not the bad guys.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly. Whether it be this won't do.
Let's switch parties.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other 2 go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Alright, see you later, Shadow.
Get them off your back.
Thanks for dropping by, and thanks for theory talking with me.
But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone to...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice. The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Manipulating the way through. Let's go.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
I guess we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
That one got a bit heavy.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case, he was outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
There was something you didn't know at the time.
Wait.
The fact that people can be turned into water.
You're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Let's go.
Great. Let's go then.
So there's 3 quests tied to this. I'm on the 2nd. So hopefully this doesn't take me much longer.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless
I
future.
get why you like it.
Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Alright, let's get further in. I'm so glad that swimming and running do not use the same stamina in Fontaine. So much nicer to move around.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both...
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Oh god, a drug.
Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces
Could have
of
belonged to
clothing
someone
left
who
at the
got.
scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
There's quite a bit left in this
You're right.
aspect of the
We
story.
still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Until recently.
No, I don't believe it. If Synth is still here, then He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for
And
decades.
also the fact that
There's no telling what
he
might be
can
lying
die
wait
in an
at their
instant.
headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Uncle Marcel.
There's Conferee.
It's a guild in Poisson. A boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope
Let's
we
go.
can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
I don't know where it is. So I'll give up looking for now. Oh, I need to go up. Run, Nahida, run! In all honesty, if Navia, when I get her, she's going on a team. I don't know what team, because obviously I need to know how she plays to determine that. But if she's good enough, fuck Zhongli, she's going on this team. Because then my two favorite characters will be on the same team, Nahida and Navia.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh,
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
I'm gonna order Jacques to take out
I don't know
Callis.
that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
More information, alright.
Are you
I'm
okay,
too-
Navia?
I'm too used to playing between two different games.
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby.
I literally
and we
tried
should be
to
able
pop
find Thierry
Griffin.
and Uncle Marcel in the city.
so I could
I'll get
jump
myself
glide
together
across
on
the
way.
gap.
So please don't worry.
This is gonna take me over an hour to beat. I already know it. Got too distracted by conversations and stuff.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into
He
water?
sounds believable. Admitting about the gun seems like an interesting perspective.
My father had no reason to kill, so he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what happened,
I wonder...
then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all
What
faith in
if
the courts?
a third person
After
showed up
seeing
with a
someone
gun,
dissolve right in front of his eyes?
tried to shoot someone,
About that,
and he was wrestling the gun in their hand? First shot fired, discharged randomly. Second shot fired, accidentally hit and killed Jacques. And then that's when they let go of the gun, backed up, drank the water, and died.
I understand.
Turned to water to die.
I'll leave Mr. Callus
And he had the
in
gun
your
in his
hands,
hand and the
boss.
clothes on the ground.
And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina...
Right. No, it doesn't give stamina, water stamina. I was wondering if it would give water stamina.
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original
feel
files
like part of me
from your
doesn't trust
father's
this guy.
I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation.
He came pretty blunt out to say, it's like, did you just try to kill me? Like, very, very blunt. Not subtle at all on that one.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello.
In a hurry,
Sorry
as he
to
casually
keep you
walks up.
waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Oh my god, he's the guy that killed the guard.
At her own game on her own turf.
So he is the criminal. She wasn't sitting with him during the trial, right? So he would have had clear advantage to throw water and kill the guard before he spoke too much.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex.
And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
Absolutely him.
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more.
A
See if there
gunshot?
are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
I already know if it's him.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
You're wrong.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father... Anyway, even though we didn't make...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with a gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
He's the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel.
Uncle Marcel?
He has a lot of money.
I really trust him. And they work together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
I don't know.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use.
I still think it's Marcel.
But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
It's Marcel.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky, but we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Wait, child?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand.
Let's split up.
Split up? What do you mean?
Alright, that place.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time, and
we'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location
All right,
is already
now I'm on the
marked,
last
so let's head.
part of the act.
Huh. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
Don't want it to
Sure
stand
doesn't
out.
seem out of the ordinary. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him! You've got the wrong man!
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Absolutely, Marcel.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this...
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
While this is playing out, I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick.
During the banquet, all attending guests
is it not
heard
going to
2
play out?
gunshots
Never
from
mind.
the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
Okay, I'll be right back now that it's auto-playing.
Not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Sorry about that. I was hoping the cutscene would go on longer. Oh, the loophole.
Something's not... This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
All right.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
He wouldn't have had proof, though.
And the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous.
When am I getting back to me? Like, I'm just wondering here, like, we were about to enter into a dungeon.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, Who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, Demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
No,
At
he
this rate,
didn't.
Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Vacher's the...
You do know
Is
that
that the
name.
assassin?
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Alright. Finally, we're back to me. Alright, let's go, Nahida. The hell is this thing? Oh. I can adjust my party. No need.
I see everything. Our bond is strong.
Let's get the Hyper Bloom. Always fun.
Whoa! The floor is going up. Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Just... See, this is my one complaint with story missions, is there's no action. Like, it's... The story's good and everything, but I feel like I'm just watching a movie with the occasional moment of going between instances of story.
The water level is rising.
Now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Like, even the whole, like, there's an entire cutscene of watching people fight an army of mechs that I wasn't even a part of. When that started, I thought, oh sweet, it's gonna enter into a fighting instance. Nope.
Everyone hold hands. This way. I see everything.
Our bond is strong.
Be still.
But Shinobu's... See, this is why I kind of want Zhongli on the team, is because, like, that's the other reason why I'm really hoping, like, almost half the Geo users out use defense. Right? Like, again, let's pause for a moment. Let's re-look back at the existing Geo characters, right? Noella's defense, Albedo's defense, Ningguang's attack, Zhongli's HP, Yunjin's defense, Goro's defense, Ito's defense. There are 7 Geo characters in the game, and 5 of them use defense as a primary stat. They need to fix that. Obviously, they're not going to use Elemental Mastery, because Crystallize sucks. And Elemental Mastery Crystallize is kind of dumb. Like, I even forget, like, what does Elemental Mastery do for Crystallize again? Let me look that up. Crystal... I think I need a second L there. Crystallize. So Elemental Mastery bonus causes Crystallize to... shield-based health is derived from the character's the triggering character's Geo user level, and then increased by a certain percentage based on the Geo user's Elemental Mastery attribute. So at level 90, the shield would have 851. And then at 502 mastery, it would more than double it. 502 elemental mastery is 117.2% increase. But yeah, they need to rework Crystallize because it sucks. Let me look something on YouTube. I know it's going to be kind of a leaded question here, but Genshin Crystallize sucks. The problem with the first result I got, the problem with Geo and why it sucks. Second one, Crystallize, the worst elemental reaction. Someone did a video, has a video here of an 1100 elemental mastery character to determine how much shield that gives. Apparently Crystallize can be pretty good with Yunjin with an EM build. Yeah, the first, like, obviously, like, let me get rid of sucks. Just, first video that popped up is still Crystallize, the worst elemental reaction. There's already info on the what's her name's Navia's kit. But everyone just wants what does the most damage, and that's also why Crystallize sucks, because it doesn't do damage. Why run Crystallize when you can run Hyper Bloom?
Mind the deluge.
Germinate!
Lightning terrified! Our bond is strong.
Like, I may not even put Zhongli on the team here. Like, as much as I would like it, I think just keeping Dendro Traveler is too powerful.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
He's being charged with...
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things
They
labeled?
probably belong to the victims.
You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. What's this over here? Looks like some experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve the experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimen. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these experiments. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Another gosh.
Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he's the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
He signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably...
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would
Be more to this than meets the eye.
case? Paimon will write it all down. Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
So many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Certainly proves that this is where they produce the synth.
It's super obvious.
I can understand why Austin said earlier though that this would be super easy. I've had like I said, I had one fight the entire time.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
It's be water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special if you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation. Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Planned this pretty well in advance.
They're all just so evil. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on.
Who really is this Vach?
We haven't found
Vache?
anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to
Maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Marcel is... what's his name? Changed his name, got new documents made and everything.
You take that side, and Paimon will take this. Ugh, nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover? Then you found her diary. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling
Made a
their
list of baby names.
so many.
Be great if I could read that.
Worth. But they're all the final name she did Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son? Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
They never heard the name Vache.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity, and destroyed all records of your past as Vache!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vinier. A promise. We made a promise. Vinier. Vinier! Please, Vinier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vinier. During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vache as a result. Vache learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
It'd be interesting because it's currently balanced, so he could get away with this.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is
not guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
He's crying because of justice.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Is he going to be
Through
guilty and
evidence
accept
presented
the
in
duel?
public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Is he going to get marked guilty?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Oh, he can use electricity too? He can literally do everything with it that he does with his hydro vision with the electro one. Oh, he's going into his final form. I forget what it's called. Foul Legacy, that's it.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
God, he one-punched him.
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either? But that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizen, don't tell me. You
gonna
thought
bullshit
even
it now?
I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just and of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as if you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is all everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and all shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
I am like one.
So she chose to make her escape after.
Why do I feel like he's the Archon, and she's just the fake Archon?
Into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I
Like,
promised,
that just showed a level of
judgment has been
power
incorrect.
that she seems
We will do our
like
utmost to clear his name.
Like, that's an incredible level of power. And on top of that, she seems completely unconfident in her abilities to fight. Like, she's basically just bullshitting her way through everything. I'm wondering if she's just a fake, like the fake Archon basically put, basically just put in a position of attention, like basically made people think she's the Archon to distract the fact of who the real Archon is. Because I feel like a skilled Archon would have the ability to take out a foul legacy child. Like, I think Zhongli could have.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! See?
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up, you...
Really? You did? You're sure? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me. Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to...
Why does he say humans like that? He has to be the Archon!
Very well.
Or at least something not human.
Your request.
I'm like almost confirmed that he's the Archon and Farina's just a fake.
Do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in...
Karina's a decoy! Or Farina, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or maybe they're, like, they almost look like siblings. Maybe they're, like, a split consciousness? The fun side, like, the fun side and the actual honorable side?
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! Where are you, Vinier?
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, what?
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier,
You are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself.
Wait, what?
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea.
Okay.
Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoided.
That's a last-minute twist here.
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Must have wanted to lure Marcel here from the very beginning.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her. Please! Have mercy!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Oh god. And he's dead? Oh, lost his soul. They drowned his soul. Massive fright. Okay.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Stressful in its own way, though. My legs are killing me.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life
You're
these
wonderful.
days, Navia. What have you been making since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other.
Who
I've been
voices
making
her?
non-stop trips between
I
Poisson
want
and the
to. I
courts
want to
instead.
compliment them.
Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized
I'm going to
a memorial
presume
for my
voices
father.
out for her.
We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone
Navi.
knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to
Navia
come.
is
This time,
voiced
though,
by
everyone in Poisson, and even many people
Rena
from the court
Larson.
all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle.
She's
all
also a
along.
Care Bear. Anything I know.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Yeah. Pretty much don't know that she's voiced. She's also in Honkai Star Rail. She voices 3 characters. She doesn't actually have like a large repertoire of like of things, so she must have started relatively recently. Like, she's listed under she's voiced something in Smite and Phantasy Star Online 2, but these games, like on IMDb, they record things by the release dates, not by when the character debuted. Like for Genshin, she's listed under 2020, even though the character literally came out just a few days ago. Right? Like her voice was never in the game prior to that. So it really would have been 2023. But some of this could have been, you know, either way, she did a phenomenal job. She allowed me to love a character that I already find beautiful.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vashay's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, Just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
I come too.
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
We actually going to the grave, or did that actually end this? Okay, we are going to the grave.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be. Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could
90%
use some pointers
sure
on
he's the
understanding
Archon.
human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette.
Or
In
there's
any
some
case,
form of personality
why did you come
split,
to
or
Poisson?
there's... Or a body double, or something like
Ever
that.
since that day,
He has to
I've
be
been
the
turning a
Archon,
question
right?
over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway?
Don't watch One
There was
Piece if
once
you
a
want to know
time
the
when I
answer to
didn't
that.
want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. No, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
I wouldn't be
Didn't I
against
just
him being
say
the
you don't
Archon,
need to
because,
apologize?
in all honesty, if it's not him, then it would kind of put,
Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
like, I wouldn't mind another guy Archon, right? Rather than it just being Venti and, Zhongli.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did
You're
Paimon
not
do
usually
anything
supposed to
rude?
fly around someone's grave.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing.
Glad she took it seriously.
Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
About the water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Hey, Viper!
If that's the case, then
How are you?
why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Oh, that's good. The prophecy that has been circulating around
That the sea
Fontaine.
levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
He doesn't answer the question.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice From the room where the Oratrice's core is stored.
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I have no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
All right, all done. Took a bit longer than I wanted it to, but we are all done.
Yeah, I see everything. This way. Yeah.
You're a dead thing. Go away. I'll open this chest over here and then call the stream. Hello.
Get with me.
Be still.
And that is why I love Hyper Bloom. That's also why I generally don't want to get rid of Dendro Traveler. Like, as much as I'd like Zhongli, because Shinobu's my only healer on this team, and she's also a self-inflicting problem. Like, that's why I wanted Zhongli just so I could have a defensive barrier, but I really don't want to lose the, Oh. Well, it looks like there's Genshin next week. God, the game doesn't want me to step away. Oh my god. But yeah, so like I'm thinking I might just end up putting Zhongli on a different team. Maybe one that's more kamikaze oriented. I'll have to look into it more, but like me, he wouldn't be bad on this team per se, but I actually really like this team, so like when the DPS is Animo, I don't really want to put Geo on here. I don't really want to put him on this team because these three actually do a really good job on their own. I might just function an entire team around him. He's not going on this team. I do want a healer on the team, but Barbara's really redundant. Like, debatably, Barbara's like the best healer in the game. But that's because like that's Barbara's thing. Like, you know, like you look at like Jean or Chi-Chi, they are offensive healers, and Seiyu as well. Like they can attack and they can heal, right? Like that's their shtick. You know, some of the others can also heal too, but they don't heal. You know, like Shinobu heals, but she also pulses Electro, which is huge for comboing with a lot of things, especially Hyper Bloom. You know, Bennett's heal also boosts attack, so it's a different thing, right? Like, Barbara is literally just about healing. Like, that is literally her entire gimmick, and putting her on a team with a guy that, you know, makes you basically invincible is kind of redundant. I'd have to look into it, because I would have to see, like, what other healers I'm not running on a team. Right? Like, I know I'm not running Yao Yao, but she's Dendro. Like, you got Dory, I guess, but I could try, because I know Dory's a battery. Like, Dory's one of the best batteries in the game. Her entire gimmick is energy recharge, like 100%. Like, she also heals off of HP too, but her entire thing is pretty much about it. Though it really is a toss-up when you look at those numbers. Like, that's like 3% off of each other. So you could really run either or, to be fair. And she's not bad for, like, you know, getting an initial snipe out, like with her skill. Right, she's not the greatest, but like if I stack her and Zhongli, she has a semi-heal, which can be better complemented by Zhongli's. Because I have kind of wanted to try a Dory team, not gonna lie. I would just have to complement them with some reckless fighters. Like Beidou might be good because she's a counter fighter, right? And having Zhongli's shield would protect her more. But if Beidou's going to be the primary fighter, then I got someone. I need someone to back her up as an off-fielder. Right, and I'm running out of options for off-fielders. Like, I guess I got Kaya with his burst. Like, that could work. Theoretically. His skill. Or, yeah, his burst, I mean. Don't have many off-fielders left without repeating. I don't know if I want to do that, though, because if Dory's going to be my healer, though, I don't really want an Electro DPS. I could maybe run D-Luke and then just put someone else in the, in his slot on the other team. Still needed an off-fielder, though. Hmm. Oh, well, that's something to figure out for another time. Because it's just like, I'm really happy with my, my Hyper Bloom team. Like, I'm happy with Dendro Traveler in the role. I remember, like, because I originally, if those remember, like, originally I used to run various options. One of them was, like, Noelle even at one point. The Noelle decision was mostly back when I was running Child as the Hydro user. And that was simply just because Child made it really Child's cooldown was really bad, and I couldn't Hyper Bloom as long as he was on cooldown. So Noelle was basically a backup. Like, I would switch to Noelle for DPS while you know, while I was waiting. And you know, and then you got Hyper, or and then you have, and then I thought about running the Dendro set, and I think I used Tainari just as a temp, and then realized that Kale could do it, but I think Kale was only there temp. No, Tainari was in there until Yao Yao, because I wanted it to be another healer to help support Shinobu, but then Yao Yao wasn't pulling weight, and I ended up using Kale instead because of the mechanic around Kale's skill, which allowed for a little bit of an additional Dendro push. And then when I ended up switching to Ayato, I realized that I wasn't utilizing his burst effectively. Well, his burst paired well with Kale, but the problem was Kale's burst kind of got thrown in front and didn't hit Dendro as much as I would have liked. While the Traveler's hits right, the Traveler is in the center of the field, the same with Ayato's, and it hits Dendro a lot more, right? It's not as wide as Ayato's, but, you know, it does the job. And it doesn't last as long as Ayato's either, but, you know, it does the job for what I would like it to do, so I'm not complaining. Yeah, so with that said, I'm going to call it here for tonight, right? Because I need to wake up early tomorrow. Maybe by midday I can do on the left side of my mouth again without pain. All right. So no stream tomorrow because I'm closing, and then we got 3 days in a row of Guild Wars 2. We will be completing Living Story 2. We should have no issue completing Heart of Thorns. All the maps are map completed, so we are just going boom, boom, boom with story. And then, you know, we'll get the Bloodstone Fen, which is also not a very long story, admittingly. And a very easy map to complete. It's literally, like, I think hands down, it's the easiest map to complete. Like, in some ways, I would even say it's almost easier than Sun Cove. and that's saying something. And then I'm hoping we hit Ember Bay. Ember Bay has one of my favorite jumping puzzles of all time, and unanimously one of the hardest jumping puzzles in the game. Like, no joke, one of the hardest jumping puzzles in the game. As a matter of fact, a lot of, pretty much most, if not all, the hardest jumping puzzles in the game all have one guy's name on them. His name's Josh, and a lot of people hate him simply because of this. But he made, this one's called Chalice of Tears. He made one in another one of my favorite maps, Draconis Mons. That one's just a fucking trip. That one's so convoluted. There's a guy that literally makes bank keeping a character stationed at the end of the jumping puzzle just to portal people up to it. Right? Like, he literally makes money off of that. Like, his people tip him because they don't want to do the jumping puzzle. Same with Ember Bay, to be fair. Chalice of Tears, like I said, it's one of the hardest jumping puzzles, so, you know. And over this time, potentially on Monday, Sai may be joining me again. He said he'll keep me up to date on what's going on. I think he just really liked being on stream, and he wants to be on stream again. And I have no issues, right? I love chatting with Sai. But Saturday he's not really available. Sunday he's definitely not available, and Monday he may be available. So those are all the responses I got from him. My friend Ray, you've seen her in chat, on stream but not in voice call. She may join as well, and the three of us will. Sai even told me when I told him, it's like, I want to do Chalice of Tears and you could join me for that. And he goes, "Oh, tears! I might be sick that day." I love him. But yeah, me, Ray, and Sai, like, doing Chalice of Tears, that would be fun. As hard as that jumping puzzle is, the reason why it means so much to me is because of just, like, Ember Bay is one of my favorite maps of all time. Right? I just like the layout of it. The hearts were easy to do, and it's the first map that brought back hearts literally since base game. Base game had hearts or did not. You know, South Sun doesn't, Dry Top doesn't, Silver Waste doesn't, Heart of Thorns doesn't, Bloodstone Fen doesn't. Ember Bay was the next map, and the first one to introduce hearts after a long time, and the first map to introduce repeatable hearts you can do every day. There was actually a bug with that initially when they came out, where, you know, it would reset map completion and stuff. Like, it was actually a problem. They had to patch it. But the thing was, so we did it. We did, you know, I went in, I did story and all that sort of stuff, and then my friends all did their story. So kind of just like, you know, into the night, like, we were all just kind of goofing off on the new map. There wasn't really a whole lot to do, but we heard there was a jumping puzzle, just no one knew how to get to it until we eventually stumbled across it. And oh my god, we looked at it and we're like, oh my god, this place is amazing. There was probably like 7 of us in the guild that were doing it. I remember several backed out because, so the jumping puzzle is so big it has a checkpoint system. So basically, if you die, you respawn at the last checkpoint rather than literally having to start all over again. There's 4 checkpoints, and you cannot open the final chest unless the game. So when you get a checkpoint, it gives you a buff. You cannot open the final chest unless you have all 4 buffs. That's like, so when someone mesmers you through that jumping puzzle, they don't mesmer you straight to the chest. They mesmer you to each checkpoint. Checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2 to checkpoint 3. Like, they pick you up at checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2, and then take you from checkpoint 2 to checkpoint 3, and then from 3 to 4, and then from 4 to the end. That's literally how the mesmers checkpoint you, just so you can get the chest. Like, and that's why the Ember Bay ones deserve gold. Same with Draconis Mons ones. When we do that one, that's going to be a fun experience. But yeah, it's but yeah, it was day 1 of the release. Like, it was day 1. We're in a jumping puzzle that was hinted to be very hard, was very hard. Several people dropped out because they died, the checkpoint system glitched, and they didn't get resurrected, meaning they would have had to start all over again, so they just basically didn't bother. And by the end of it, I think there was only 3 or 4 of us in the guild, but group-wise, it was about 7 or 8 of us. One specific person was a Mesmer, and I swear to God, it was thanks to her. Like, we weren't in a part, like, me and my guild, we were in a party, but they weren't in a party with us, but they were very friendly, very nice. We were all figuring this out together. We were all taking risks. The Mesmer was 100% on board with allowing people to take risks, taking risks themselves, and using Portal to bring us all back, right? And it was so satisfying when we opened that final chest. Day 1, there was no guides out for this thing. This was a huge puzzle. Like, even Dolphy wouldn't have had the guide out by now, right? I think Dolphy took, like, at least 4 days, if not a whole week, to get that guide out, right? So, like, that, like, it's one of the biggest jumping puzzles in the game for sure. Hard, like, and that's one of the reasons it also makes it hard. But yeah, it was just like, it was insane. It was legitimately insane, like how crazy that that day was. And like, I remember it so vividly that we were there and that we did it day 1, no guide. Like I think at the end of us, like the 7 of us were standing at the chest, like using /cheer, and just like we took a group photo. Or I think I would, if we did, I'm not gonna display it because it has my old username. But unless I can scratch that out. But yeah, like it's one of my favorite moments playing Guild Wars 2. One of the best moments I had. Like, we as a guild went into that jumping puzzle. Sadly, some could not make it through, but some of us did, and we, you know, just had the time of our lives figuring things out with these other strangers that were also trying to figure things out. And, you know, and that, in a way, that's also the spirit of Guild Wars 2, where there's no downside to helping people in Guild Wars 2, and that is my favorite part of the game. One of my favorite parts. Because when you're playing like Maple Story, it's like everyone's selfish. Everyone's selfish. Right? When you're playing other games, you got the need or greed mechanic, and a lot of people are selfish. Right? Like, it's a shame, right? Like, so I personally love, you know, I love a game where I can go in and ask for help and I get help. You know, where I can be nice and they can be nice in return. And it's so simple to do. If anything came down, there's no kill stealing in the game, but I do believe event scaling is still a bit problematic in some places. And by that, like, I just simply mean that, like, it's hard to, like, certain events, like, you've seen me do dailies on stream where it's like, sure, it spawns 20 enemies to compensate, but there's so many people with power creep, they're not spawning any veterans or elites or even champions, so it doesn't take long for 5 or 6 people to just annihilate the squad, and it's hard to get a tag in for credit. That's actually why there's passive credit now. Like, this was something they implemented. So as long as you're buffing the people around you that are partaking in the credit, you don't actually have to hit the enemy to get credit. But yeah, I don't think you get full credit. So to get like gold credit that way, you'd have to do like a lot of buffing. But either way, I'm going to call it here. My name is Daimien Kamiya. I'm the Omni King. Be a friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.